Traigo 6 millones de maneras de morir, solo una de vivir. Soy un salado, es lo que quiero decir. No me compares a un rapero que me rima por ritmo. Javier Ibarra es un icono del puto rap. He rimado miles de palabras y aún quiero más. Sobre el ritmo, sabes que les enseñé mil formas. Podéis llamar a esto la era que hice yo. Lo siento, en esta letra no hay mensaje, el mensaje soy yo. Solo traigo la competición en el trap. No hay pasta, no hay fama, solo importa el rap. Por ser el rey del micro vitalicio. Si nadie me ganó, nadie me ganará. 10 puestos en infinito. ¿Quieres llegar a donde estoy yo en 2 días? Ayer eras mi fan, hoy eres Dios, tonterías, ¿qué decías? A mi chaval me pagan los flows, pero sin duda el mejor premio es el aplauso en los shows. Autodidacta, nadie sabe el truco. Genética y la ingeniería letrística en el truco. Tú ya sabes quién. Los brothers y el Rubén pasamos hora tras hora en el estudio hasta que quede bien. Y pensamientos por segundos, todo no es vida. ¿Cuál de las voces es la que escucha el homicida? No sé, pero te oigo y me entran ganas de matar, de cagar y vomitar, de romper tu compás. No nos culpes de errores que no hemos cometido y tú si ahora ves el tuyo crudo como el sushi. No me hables de jacuzzi, el único que has visto lo pagaste. Eso lo puede hacer cualquiera, mas esta mi manera es única en el puto espacio sideral. Te mando fuera, como Eric, soy el puto jefe y te despido. Te digo fuera del rap, cabrón, contigo ya no yo. Vengo con rimas kilométricas, competirás, luego me dirás, jodo cabrón, como te miras, toma medidas, cura del rap estas heridas, chupa de mi flash, bebe bebidas energéticas. Para asustar a mis métricas, ponte una máscara más fea, colecta, la quita. Esta hermafrodita es una puta baba que se folla igual a chicos y chicas. Si quieres grita, igual solo te mete la puntita más. Tú quieres gordo botón de leche calentita y flipas con los flows del cosmopolita universal. Es mi jodida retórica, pregunta por ahí. ¿Cuántos gozan de violencia? Te considero del género referencia. Esa tendencia a negar la evidencia. Se acabó el que nos odie, que se arme de paciencia. No puedes copiar la esencia, tonto el culo. Puedes decirle al cirujano que te ponga mis pómulos, pero no te hagas el tonto, no culpes al público. Huele mal y es tu estilo culofónico. Ciego de mí mismo, sí, de mi egocentrismo, pero siento por el ritmo un poderoso magnetismo. Y es que el rap es mi amigo de toda la vida. Para un salao como yo, la única salida. No hago música de club, no espero que me pinche el DJ. Bueno, si pincha el rumba igual hasta me oiréis. Si pincha el pop, sonaré tras pop de bass. Si pincha el señor rojo tras no espero que te aprendas esta letra, solo que me escuches en el coche y desde la acera la gente diga que cruda música es esa. Qué pesado, es la mierda que escucha hasta la hija de la princesa. Te advierto que han dicho que hoy se casó Alberto y que uno de los invitados se dejó el coche abierto, que Java está muerto y de esto lo cierto es que hoy ofrezco un concierto. Pitch para experto, en narración de verdadero interés. En el capítulo de hoy meto a los toys sus propios esfínteres, bájalo de internet, nos lleva mi rima en un carro tirado por tigres. Hay un barranco lleno de ellos, si me sigues te lo enseño, será como un mal sueño, despeño toys del puto gremio, merezco un premio, yo solo soy un vago fumador bohemio, pero tú tienes un sello o una empresa de pasteles, incluye una calcamonía guapa al menos con el disco quieres. Te gusta mucho el rap, no tienes por qué ser un sí, hijo, ¿por qué no quieres el consejo que te dejo? Y lo hago por ti, te ahorro muchos un camino de piedras y serpientes tras los arbustos, busco el cruel negocio del ocio, cuando la gente se aburre de ti, a tomar busca otro público socio, no te hagas después saber mi poción, traigo emoción al punto de cocción, alta cocina de rima, convierto raps en gelatina, pasto de letrinas, no te imaginas, mi dentista me preguntó que a qué me dedicaba, me dio por decir la verdad, pensó que deliraba, miraba el tubo de la anestesia con cara rota en el futuro, a su sobrina me pidió que le firmara y mi vecina, que qué tal con la orquesta, cómo explicarle que estoy en la cresta y que el rap está fuera de control como mi barba y que el tema es tu fea mariposa comercial contra mi arma. Todos nervios destrozados, depresión tras depresión. No es fácil ser quien soy, pero cuando me siento el mejor, como hoy, veo la luz y pienso, vaya cruz que llevas tú, homeboy. Y es que no sé, no tienen letras que respalden tanta pose. Los dejo en boxes, no me tosen. Posesión de un canon explosivo es mi ventaja. Mantengo el fuego vivo, para el b-boy de bombo y caja. Flipo con el ritmo y pienso, bombo allá. Tiro afuera y todas las luces van para atrás. Me siento en la cabina de un confort sobre este ritmo, pura sangre tras un monstruo matando tu hambre con hambre, ahora escucha mi jazz. Droga pura como elfo, delirios de grandeza, no, he vuelto a ganar mi esfuerzo. Les entretengo con música dura y palabras duras, así es como vengo. Vengo montado en un gran jeep, un loco, un lápiz, un fat beat, un desfrag beat, así, más pareces un backstreet por la foto del maxi. Mi rap no se hace en un disfraz, quizás tu disfraz, sí, extra, mi mierda es maestra, vuestra en vuestra, mi mierda se demuestra, esta vez la mezcla es perfecta, Java te afecta, rumba selecta, ritmo hip hop que el b-boy se inyecta, alza el espíritu y el alma abiertas, trapero, canelo que no conecta, se ofrece sacrificio para el dios de la secta, dice que las flores marchitan.
Entrar aquí es comer a las 4, dormir con receta, traicionar a tu hermano, salir de la fiesta con amigos de una mano y enemigos de otra, 10 minutos en rehab y media hora en otra, empezar cuidando el poncho y terminar de diseñador, cateto a babor, dejar que tus amigos se escapen por el larguero y cortar con tu pareja si estás con un rapero. Dirás que no leíste esos bobos que te cabrean y te sabrás hasta fotos de cuentas que te trolean. Cambiarás de armario cada hora según modas y dirás que tu barrio es obrero cuando no está ni en office. Veré tus likes en la cuenta de Westside, la compi del hood que súper guay lo ignorás. Le verás por castigo, dirás que te follan con la agua porque rapeó contigo. Serás rico, tu equipo estará tieso, el productor comerá lo que se caiga de tu cuento. Hará entrevistas con medios talentos que piensan, ¿qué pensaría Quevedo de Quevedo y mierdas de esas que te darán vergüenza luego? Aquí nadie sueña barato y tú no vas a ser primero. Si coño, tú quieres ser primero, si Hacienda te echa un ojo ya no querrás ni ganar. Esos parásitos están chupando, la mitad no es eso, la mitad cuando te cuesta algo. Piensas que la logras ser reconocido, pero no aprendes nada hasta que pierdes el partido. Y ahora todo cambió. Soy yo, seré como soy yo. Y ahora todo cambió. Soy yo, seré transformado. Como era cuando me sorprendas, cuando contabas y dabas cuentas. Entrar aquí es comer poco y drogarse mucho, sacarse fotos con raperos a los que no escucho, rajar de los demás porque también lo hacen contigo, aunque en camerinos parecemos todos amigos. El representante te promete que vas a ser rico, vigila tu porcentaje más que el del perico, con el ego por las nubes para igualar al resto, por las sociales y redes sociales, lindo gesto. Entrar aquí es dar de lado a tu familia, poniendo de excusa que luchas por tu familia, que estás al lado de la gente a la que quieres, que no estaría a tu lado. Estoy rapeando sobre un día de porcentaje con mi manager y para el estado. Tienes pocas entradas, pues vi que está aplazado. Menores en primera fila en todos los conciertos, que sin el móvil en la mano no estarían contentos. Si no lo publicas es como no estar presente, y si la caga la sala, la tierra estará en tu frente. Comente canciones en tu álbum que quieres son paja, para entregar a la distri y recuperar pasta. Enhorabuena bro por la portada de Spotify. Necesito captura y que menciones a Sony. Niña gritando tanto que me desconcentra, no paran de chillar pero no clavan ni una letra. Miles a modo de letrero, mucha suerte hermano. Tranquis del concierto lleva 2 meses cerrado. Y ahora todo cambió. Soy yo, seré tú o soy yo. Y ahora todo que lo cambió. Soy yo, seré tras remember. Como era cuando me por prendas, cuando comprabas y dabas 90. Cuando daba 50, ahora daba 50, 50. Me dice que soy el mejor, sí, porque siempre me da. En una cheta sube la moneda, mantener el barco a flote y salto a tarea. Es una garganta de carrada la que canta esta canción de piratas y mi alma la correa. El de anclas y cempelas, no hay bandera blanca, sable calavera. Una mano de timón y una botella de ron sobre el suelo de madera. El tesoro que yo quiero es el cobre, solo el mundo de aquellos a quienes sobre, porque a pesar de todo somos hombres honrados, no tocamos a mujeres ni robamos a los pobres. Noche fría como el acero forjado, bajo cero y el ambiente enrarecido, la sangre parejada, los dedos manchados, estoy enganchado en esta vida de forajido, porque la vida es pura, no sin un grupo de ojalá mi mamá del tesoro perdido sale un del daño y la vida es pura alrededor del mundo sin un grupo definido y ojalá mi mamá del tesoro perdido cicatrices en el corazón. Hace horas se encienden las velas al ver el mover de su cadera. Botellas y lunas llenas, dormir a deshora, más de la cuenta. Antes de que antes doblar la apuesta, ir al baño a romper las deudas. El cristal tapando la felicidad, entonces sirenas monedas de plata. El ser de huevos, la charla de todas. Llenar las sacas y tirar por casa o estallar el molde de las manos pisadas. Toda la vida contra viento y mares. Me creo que mis ojos no vean. Visto el barrio desde la azotea, pensando si saltaron que la ventana la espera. Mientras popa todo, mi madre son mis hermanos, mi padre, mi acera. Viste la cama que perseguía la tormenta, como el que se es antiguo sabiendo que va la verga. Hace ya tiempo que soy tu último, a la deriva como un objetivo. Sintiendo que soy víctima, a la deriva como una botella. Voy por el niño, voy por el niño. Otra vez. No puedo respirar. Me han tenido que rafael. Santa, trampa, blanca, muerte, sangre. Por la tormenta de escapa. Con esto lo tengo. Este es mi legado. Ambas, santa, trampa, blanca, muerte, sangre. Mi sangre que luego te zampas. Después la tormenta de escapa. Me pone cachondo con esto lo tengo. Esta es mi venganza. Las familiares se borran, se coman con tormentas. Los padres que pinto con sangre me quedan solitos para generar. Le quito como una bandera. Como la sábana de cadena. De noche se queda mareo. El castillo de arena. Le doy libertad a mi instinto. El ego me paga las rentas. Voy yo como un puto vikingo. A bajarle la coca y la queta. No hay nada que tú ya no sepas. Os quito todos la careta. Yo disparé a ti para que me hagan. Santa, trampa, puta, blanca, muerte, sangre, mi sangre que no puede trampas, que por la tormenta me escapa, me pone cachondo con esto lo tengo, esta es mi venganza, bamba, santa, trampa, puta, blanca, muerte, sangre, mi sangre que luego te zampas, después la tormenta te escapa, te pone cachondo con esto lo tengo, esta es mi venganza, mi sangre solo pone feo, y por la torre de Babel, para amarme que se me entiende, estirado en la cuenta corriente, mirando la cena del barrio borracho, soy bota al presente, en tu corte son todos bufones, mucha pinta pero maricones, yo me muevo por todos los barrios y campo, tirado por leones, quiero probar emociones, a tu mano me traigan flores, los ojos me brillan de noche en lo oscuro, como leones.
Hey, Gabriel. How are you?
Unos zapatos no la quieren ver. Cantar y campar. Yo salgo de con cuando me preguntan. Mirando mi plata, quieren con la cara, si le fue poquito más. Te mando al canal, te pego la tumba bajo de la tierra, te quitan el mochila, se cae en la carrera, tú como tu Madrid por un gol. Soy la champion, hay que valer, con la cara no puede escapar el sol, cabrón te lo dije, no soy como tú, soy el no se elige, así para gloria, vengo para gloria, el que quiera que lo revise, vengo para fieles que vienen conmigo desde que estábamos en salón negativo, firmando papeles y subiendo niveles sin tener que tocar un pelo. Cuando el estudio te habla de nosotros frente, lo que se sube pasa se mueve la corriente. Tírale, si tienes duda, pues tírale. Yo para que tú tírale. Si quieres que no, pues tírale. Tírame, tírame. Tírale, tírale. Si tienes duda, pues tírame. Yo para que tú tírale. Si quieres guerra, pues tírame, tírame. Con los dedos una mano contra colegas, que se quedó fuera que la gentuza. Por si fuera poco me salió unos reales, me corté con meñique como un yakuza. El compi del que te daban la azul. Si se pone feo, inventa cosas. El mismo calle celebró mi podcast. Me lee las cartillas y no chapuzas. ¿Dónde piensas cuando saco tu piel? Con esto que saco no se le da un bajo. Llega aquel que me lleve el cambio. Con ellos también no me queda mismo. Invítalo para mí, me cae en China, me llama mi hermano. Seguida familia, pero si quieres vale mi servida, soy con lo mismo de toda la vida, tú no eres mismo de su vida, y eso es mi de la primera, se compra el challenge y no creen rimas, no se me permite saber lo que frena, el sol tiene que me sube la prima, no quiero tus otras, compro tu oficina, busca el sound del señor del fila, si no enseñas tu fallo, nos vemos el triple cuando vacilas, si llego a la puerta que al fajo, pongo a contar calorías, no voy a dice mi patio, visita fundida, tiene cabrón, pero me jamás ha dejado a lucir. Cuando en el tuyo te habla de lo más de frente, la confusión te pasa, se mueve la corriente. Si quieres que no, tírame, no me pasa que tú tírale. Si quieres que no, tírame, 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 tírame. Si quieres que no, tírame, no me pasa que tú tírale. Si quieres que no, tírame, tírame. Desde que mataron a Norca los mató de división. Electrónica playa, hasta la isla de nivel de cine a los telas. La gente de ella nunca es perfecta y la mujer quiere que pida perdón. La cristal de generación se combinaba, no. Se me cayó de esta mierda, me tocó. El baño me hizo lío. Se veía que Cristina la enseña de la pasión. Ahí se va a ir y en la usilla de barca. Si tienes que vale, cerra mi puerta, se queda el queso. Y con mis 80 grandes mundiales, se me va a cabrón de chico. Si sube el índice de droga, entonces sube porcentaje.
Morning. How are you? International?
때는 몰랐어. 그래도 언제 며칠 안 됐어. 그래서 나는 여기 많이 갔어. 이쪽으로 쭉 가서 나 반대로 이렇게 거기 한번 여기 하이드파크 두 바퀴 돌고. 아 그러네. 아파? 안 깜짝이야. 나 너가 계속 아프다는 게 너가 일하자는 건 줄 알고 등 아프다고 해서 몸좀 잘못된다.
신기한 게 너도 요가하고 해서 그런지 몰랐고 스트로크 예민한 거잖아. 이 사람 진짜 그 신체적으로 아픈 건데 근육이 뭐 그런 건 정확히 얘기해.
밴도 그러지.
놀래. 근육이 땡긴다. 야,
아프다는 얘기가 스스로 받아.
Message from Max. Why are you not coming?
Con mi verdad un faro, me hizo escondido Paco Gran Fernando, el bello tan de punta, voy atravesado. Quizá la calle, sentirme alzado, los cascos puestos para no escuchar. El momento marca 50 grados, otra vez está roto mi ciudad verano. Dejé un mensaje con un urgencia, recibió lo tuyo cuando entré en tendencia. Se deja una pizza, me sentía solo, tenía ropa de mucha gente. En mi caso, fue mentira.
New message from Max. Why are you not coming?
Quiero marcar 50 grados, otra vez está roto mi ciudad penal. Una pizza, me sentía solo, aunque me robaron mucha gente. Mi caso, soy mentira, me llegó la ropa. Mira los ojos del barrio, porque como un pretexto de trabajo. Sin ti, calor, todo aquí. Soy el paredón, que vive con tu vida, con migración. Poniendo que sus padres dieron dentro un heavy. Pasaron años y pasó lo mismo cuando me planté con mi vaquero Daggy. Me decían todos, ni miraban, no aguantaban el sol. Y cuando el hombre estaba pagando las facturas, se puso amarró para vivir con él. Me convertí en líder. Soy el friki flaco como Andrew Wiggins que salía bien. Me quiere, no odia tanto, se lo cambié. Falta para mí, por favor, como un hombre tipo, pero La fama en algunos trabajos te lleva a la cárcel. Solo si tengo VIH chupará mi sangre. Te faltan errores para comprenderme y a mí me faltan siglos para perdonarme. Tú tienes que ser muy frustrante teniendo que mentir sobre lo que eres para creerte que eres alguien. Estudiando la libertad viendo al pájaro en el parque. La libertad se alcanza si te atreves a alcanzarme. Acabé desintegrando al intentar integrarme. Mi alma siendo un desnudo integral en tu memoria. Cuando muera entiérrame por todas partes. Que de la semilla de la lucha brota la revolución de los culpables. Alguien tiene un destino que no se merece, que se hace un chocho sospechoso habitual, haciendo scratches. El kamikaze quiso cambiar de planes sin saber que quien anda con pie de plomo se dirija a los imanes. He visto niños pidiendo la Play 4 el día de ley y niños queriendo llegar a reyes por morirse de cáncer. La inocencia manipulada por la experiencia y la conciencia aún en la cuerda donde quieres columpiarse. Cuando te estás ahogando cualquier mano sirve, pero algunas manos solo te agarran si tus dedos tienen diamante. Si en el corazón de la persona está la respuesta vas a provocar dando un infarto de tanto preguntarme. Estoy tan arriba que ni el sol puede contemplarme. El problema es que quedan pocos locos y demasiados vigilantes. Inútil intentar frenarme. Es como poner el aire acondicionado en un descapotable. En el barrio si te partes la lengua, hermano, te hacen un pack. Se acabó el carnaval. Quitaron los disfraces, quizás alguien se enamore de las cicatrices que camuflaste. Quien se considera harpe y no sabe nada de gánster. Las polillas quisieron comerse la madera que tengo. Me prendí fuego al lápiz y no pueden exterminar. Te acabo con tu carrera con un solo tema como tu profesor de la universidad. No hay más, el odio que guardas el mismo tiempo que tardas y darte cuenta de que estás en el pod por tus padres. Cortas el rollo como una cagada. Después de que yo rapee, dejo babas, convierto raperos en bulldog francés. Cuando pienses que eres único, piensa en Gardinier. Yo no creo en el dinero, pero el dinero cree en mi nivel. Solo los humanos convierten el templo en un burdel. Tarde o temprano el Uroboros tendrá que mudar de piel. No pueden atacar lo que no pueden ver. Antes se rían de mí, después de hacerlo piensan, no puede ser. Ya sé lo que sentía Dios antes de hacer el milagro y ahora convierto tu esperanza en las cruces que cuando un hueco cuentan los cuchillos de mi letra guapa y mueren los chiquillos como esos flequillos y Neymar se rapa el tote. Claro, con frases que nadie tiene, las barras que se van a llevar el año que viene. No queda ninguno de mi quinta con mi calidad. Que doble que el talento está en una posición incómoda. Solo un mandamiento tengo y es vivir sin fórmula. Porque desde que nacemos no estamos muriendo ya. Hermano, eres un hortera con ese rollo barato en tus redes gritando con la que tirado fuera. Si leo eso, sé que no están volando. Y si están volando, José hermano, me la suda tanto. No soy yo en mi corazón hablando. Y si lo guardo enfermo en mi cuaderno, desencadenado como Django, los pongo rectos. Sargento Highway, el copio en viernes, vender Black Friday. Escucho tus letras y pienso tantos follas. Madre mía, no me impresiona, soy viejo, no follo ni con la mía. Ataques terroristas, golpean tu tierra un día y al siguiente. Todo el mundo es politólogo y ni lo sabía. Y todos los que vendían otro tipo cualquiera tendrían que haberme aplaudido porque no me permitiera. O extrañó que no siguiera la fórmula que funcionó. Y es que batí la música en fórmula y batí una cuestión de honor. Tú crees en Dios, yo creo en Hendrix. Piénsalo cuando te sientas especial por escuchar a Kendrick. Termina el show y hazte fotos con todos. Pero hay 200 blogs, téntalo cuando metan las 7000 de Casey. Entiendo que subas fotos todos los días para tu fan, hermano. Que vayas a visto por un mes para tu fan, hermano. Que si hay empresarios, hermano, no me disgusta. Lo que me toca la polla que engañes al fan y finjas que te gusta. Y yo soy fans pensando que tú lo quieres. Se tatúan frases tuyas para verla luego retuitear en tus redes. Espero que compense el minuto de gloria cuando tengan 40 y recuerden quién coño eres. Lo siento por todos, solo escupo realidad. Se jodió la Nochebuena, se jodió la Navidad. Elegí no tener niños porque esa es mi prioridad. Y hay por ahí nazis de mierda que tienen dos y buscan más. No es casualidad, yo siempre he estado encima del nivel. Gracias a Galinier por dejarme rimar con él. No es casualidad, también me crié con Relisio Del. Que era fan de Queen en Flacordon antes que los citotes. Os la pongo en la boca como miel. A cámara lenta pero sin codeína con la droga del juez 3. Adivina quién trae de vuelta la fe. Mateo 1, 2, 4, 2. El sur se...
New message from Max.
Esta moña que no sé si follarte rapeando de verdad. Si te pillé de mi talento. Esta moña que no sé si follarte rapeando de verdad. Si te pillé de mi talento. Yo, soy la paloma de Tyson, pruebas poco, al mando, la misma foto, mejor marco, José. Yo solo sé que donde no he visto las manos no hay ganas de usarlas. El mundo está de reuniones y no soy bien recibido. Con esos silencios mentirosos inundados de ruido. Salió de unido ya la ave y la cazó el banco. Huele la sangre de lejos como el gran blanco. El grupo prisa con prisa manipulando, dándole caña al rojo en los medios como Suárez en blanco. La calle fue tu universidad, me lo sé. Y luego dura y lo que duró Kimbo Slice en el UFC. Tanto experiencia no me mojo, soy Imperia. Acuérdate de mi barra si quieres calistenia. todo el país aplastado por esta serie. Pobrecitos los zombies soportando nuestra epidemia. Yo de la música no espero que me rememore, porque se me ha pasado la edad para morirme joven. Viendo que el espejo otra película en mi día, ridícula, como las frases cuando soy fría. Quiere poner de la ansiedad y piedad, pero ninguno mira para los lados y va a rezar. Para apuntar no hay cola para el quejarse, sí. Otra vez, todo y death, fuck that shit. Yo siempre ocupo el trono, da igual quien eche en la cazuela. No dudo ni un sexual, no merece la pena. Dígame, Musa, que no hace falta que me mire a los ojos. Ya tengo el corazón.
New message from Max. Why?
Tengo un coño rapeando a doble tiempo con el lenguaje de signos. Tener integridad en el 2016 es como tener un Lamborghini en el 42 antes de Cristo. Llámame pedazo, me lo follo antes de nacer. El amor es ciego, pero los celos en HD. Lo único que tiene que aprender es que yo siempre voy a ganar hasta dejándome perder. Háblame, Andrea, me extraña como se sintiese cuando la antes me ahogaba el dinero si se lo ofreciese. Hermano, voy a partirte el culo a ver si hacen un crowdfunding para que lo arreglen. Lo que nace en Cati no muere en Sevilla. Ojo por ojo y por la otra mejilla. Me están hablando de que tienen una mala vida. Si quieren mato a tu madre y aprenden lo que significa. Taja el día y ciudad y la Ashima. No dejo enganchado como Alberto Rivera y Carmina. Casual, everything around me creepy, the morning, toda la Biblia. Esta monia que no sé si follarte rapeando de verdad.
New message from Max. Why are you not coming?
Esta monia que no sé si follarte rapeando de verdad. Mi chilo pisando mierda como tú. Entraron millones en el banco antes que en YouTube, solo con 23. ¿Y crees que me desgasta toda esa mierda que hablas? Y un sushi se levantó Optimus Prime. Me dejan un móvil cambiado de Instagram y soy tan perdido. Me lo intento ampliar, le doy a like, los meto en un lío. La escuela es que le voy a se sale, le llamo solo lo solo porque todo el mundo lo sabe. Me llamo presente, pasado, futuro, Michael J. Fox entrando en Hill Valley. Estrellas del mar o del cielo son similares. En música es igual, del fondo están los Manhattans. Tengo un spoiler para esa peli que han montado, ¿vale? No va a llegar a ningún lado, el quinto marido de Halle. Tú eres de los que llaman tieso a los que no salen. Y a los de 500 nunca han dicho y llama Bin Laden. Sangre de palmera, bro, que viajera. A ver quién tiene cojones de acorralar la pantera. Me encanta parecerte tonto y ser más listo que cualquiera. Se la meto hasta la garganta, complejos de paperas. Tú eres un chulo, un duro, un fiera. 10 euros me cuesta poner tu nombre en una queda. El chivato en el barrio se le llama Pedro Piquera. Al pasar la barca el barquero me paga todo lo que me deba. No pido clemencia, prefiero que a mi padre antes de que las condolencias. Rey rubio, degollando a tu príncipe en Persia. Cuando yo te conejo, tu talento huelga. Vienen a mi vida queriendo es como decir la de negro que no salga más de fiesta. Dime que no me falle, por favor. Otra vez, dile a un enfermo a tu medio del mundo que lo quiera ver. Pedirle a Diego Sánchez que abandone el UFC. Dime que respete tu puta religión. Pedirle a otra asumir que piense con precisión. Pedirme que no hable de la urna. Pedirme que sea un buen sitio y un cobarde hasta la tumba. No voy a dejar de dar vuelta como la tumba. Lo que se graba a fuego que alza no se olvida.
Point.
También el mundo más claro de las fronteras no seguramente el presidente será un tipo interesante que quiera cambiar las cosas y luche por sus votantes. Habrá cura para el cáncer del grado. Cura que no te habrá ni quizá de maldición. Deja de vivir en su mano. Su fortuna castigado. Piensa que viene a cambiar. Soy no esencial. Nunca fui un viejo con el poder. Sacrifico mis valores para poder matar. Quizás no sería más sencillo si fuera como se la lado. También nunca fueron mi patrón. También son totales de su correa. La gente que me quiere y me pide que vas a tener hijos, sacarte el carnet de casa, vas a pensar en su parte y su tiempo, que se me deje paso los que tienen, que me se quiero, ya todo lo que pero cuidamos, prega las copas y montarme, llegue jamás, tienes un tiempo, sabes, prefiero sin control, la bebé, hasta vida que quiere esas pintas que te veo, que te veo, respiras, que te totalmente posible. Mi colega, voy a apuntar cómo siguen las cosas por aquí, cómo nos sentimos por aquí. No me cago. Yo, hecho de menos fumo, desde el centro de mi corazón. El mundo ya la triste cuando te fuiste y ahora está peor. El barrio es un chiste, solo derrotas en el marcador. Pantallas negras, miradas bajas, frío y calor. El tonto de Linda sigue haciendo el sobreponte por la cecha. Y el señor Montoro ha vuelto a hacer otra cuestión de asiento. Ocasión de plan que se salen los dos. Y en la casa del libro lector hay un tipo que no es pintor. La gente se ha quedado todo desde el lunes. Los retrasados de tu país lo han vuelto a hacer y han votado a azules. Y ahora hay youtubers que por dos chavos increpan bañados por la calle o saltan rascacielos y dejados, tontos por todos lados. Tontos por los carros, entonces la bolsa de muchos lados, listas de imputados. Acacho bien, también los hermanos. Y yo sigo fuerte gracias a tu charla y donde las dejamos. ¿Sabes si alguien va triste si va sin megabytes? La fruta ya no está en la calle, ahora hacen clickbait. Él dijo el año es un truño y la peña se lo da. Los otros medios se suman por no quedarse atrás. Putas y cobardes. Medios que publican noticias que no son ciertas por miedo a ponerlas tarde. Pero nadie contigo en la superficie. Todo el público puesto en pichique. Para la plaga como de uno que asista. Porque el 90 machista. Y para mí era sencillo, eran todos iguales. Aunque tachan de antiguo, bien de hackers y pansexuales. Y yo recuerdo me dijiste que no llegaría lejos. Los tontos de como ya se han peleado entre ellos. David y yo no jugamos. Otra ocasión histórica. La puta izquierda y su puta enfermedad crónica. Las opiniones marcadas en mí como adultos. Guardar cada vez que más mandaba. Voy a continuar esta enseñanza por mi lado y a leerme cada puto libro que me ha recomendado. Curvo bien, sigo bien,
Have a good day.
estoy contento. Ellos saben que no tengo rival escribiendo. Hermano bien, con su león no pierde tiempo. Todos los casos son bastantes monumentos. El humor negro que heredé es parte de mi historia. Por eso traigo esta carta y no te mamonia. Hubiese hecho el puto 100%. Son cerdos incapaces de mi gremio. Voy a predicar con tu ejemplo. Que con 10 años y pico no soy mintiendo. Voy a tirar por la basura que tengo, pero sería una vergüenza. Como hacer un chiquillo. Todo el tiempo a impedirte. Respeto. No me conocían sus planetas. No lo entendían. Como tus chistes. Voy a seguir educando chistes. Me dijiste. Voy a echarle todos los huevos. Pero no se fue para que te daría lo que fuera por verte conmigo cualquiera y reírnos siempre de su puto parguela a nuestra manera. Soy el mayor de 3 hermanos, hecha familia de artistas, criando el amor de tu padre que no daría tronices. Un amor como el de ellos nunca más vi por el barrio, y como quería lo mismo, las novias me duraban 2 telediarios. Vinilos en casa siempre, fuego en el radio, de los pretenders a Dylan o al Bono de Bayo, sospechando de maestros sabios sus mentiras, y un flyer que decía, puede ser lo que quiera en la vida. El básquet era mi vida, tirando el balón al techo, tumbado en la cama soñando con la primera liga. La pandilla me arrastraba al protocolo del morado y el primer disco de los Reyes barriendo para el otro lado. En la grada 4 compis, mi novia con cara sosa, saliendo de resaca al campo ese número 6. Estaba claro ya que yo no iba a ser nuevo Garbajosa. Como te fuimos escuchando el Killing in the Name. Poco después una pariente me dijo, estás loco. Nada nuevo, mis colegas lo decían también. Así que como un loco fui a buscar los muros. Me di una vuelta al parque, vi un graffiti y allí lo encontré. No es por faltar, pero entré rápido en un juego. Normal, con Juan Ignaca al lado, aprende a estar muy torpe. Mi voz duraba media hora y se viraba luego. Pero mi timbre se gira ustedes dieron el rollo y al carajo el deporte, buscando un corista de guía y un DJ de soporte. Si un manager no gira, me decían con orgullo, y la mala me sacó, me dio el número de suyo. Concretamos fecha y me lancé a la carretera. Tu madre es una y tu calle entera. Abrimos el 25 con todo el sol que pega y había hecho al final el video que lo prueba. Me puse a botar luego matemática y demonios. El 1 contra 20, mentiras, botines rotos. El ni de ellos fue lo más, la disfrutáis. Si supieran que saqué la idea de un anuncio de Sprite. Desde que criticaste mi estilo era tu influencia. Me queda niño alguna frase, pero aprendí a ignorarlo como un movimiento al puntero de la supe conmigo, yo soy tu cocaína, Guy Ritchie Tarantino. Es que la comunidad tengo mi familia sin Biblia, sin casita de feria, sin piso en playa, tarjeta de iglesia, por eso tengo ganas en mi casa yo. escuchaba el sevillano, escuchaba el despertador. Vamos, vale, el cacho de amor, el cacho de gente, yo lo único, el patino, yo soy yo para siempre, tú de paso, tú de Michael, yo de Prince, yo de Jerry, tú Chihuahua, arréglame la nave, en fin. Celestial, chico, no te guste mucho porque soy comercial, no te escucho lo que dices, todo total, tú te rima cuerda como Zero Green, he dormido en hoteles blancos de arañas, y tocando en viña, tienda de campaña, pero no me gusta como la bandera. Que digan de Lenzi, en el mundo tengo más abdominales que Bruce Lee, Guantánamo no usa y la tortura se me caga, no me jodas, todo lo que tenemos fue ganado con esfuerzo. Yo me he criado un piso de 60 metros, mi política como sigo viviendo cuando me compañero de la vida y yo llorando dentro. Me veo en la calle con fachas de mierda y no soy un entendido, no he leído mucho piezas, porque llevo una chuta, no tengo la vida que fuera su pura vergüenza. Me puse ciego por el sur, me echan el viña volando, no sé, nada más que super musicóloga. Por ahí mi boca, no ni de nada, yo soy tu de mí. Cuando el mundo se vacía de alegría, mi vida, energía, energía, todo el mundo dice, soy un subidón de serotonina, bajó mi depresión a los 6 días, se confiaba. Mariana, 700 metros y ahora te viene España, año presidente muerto. Hay políticos sinceros y se dejan migrar de todo. Cuando la imagen se destruye y solo queda el alma, cuando la verdad pierda las palmas. Nada mejor encontrar en un radar planetario. Llegaron los marcianos, año mariano, la hierba santa aniversario. Mi política no es un engaño de las que me lanzan para el travesaño. Yo, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Yo, I don't give a fuck. Yo, I don't give a fuck. Yo, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Si hay un par de bendiciones porque mi vida ya no me afecta malo. Como que si el mundo ensaya que no me importa ni uno. Porque una cosa que me compuesta por dinero que lanzaron sin mi libro dentro. Ya no me enfado. Aunque para que tenga el shadow. Qué divertido descubrir para todos que votamos que vuestro presidente habla el inglés de Sergio Ramos. Su túnica, cerco de la hemiciclo, abucheando a los hooligans, ya no me importan. Le pide cuchillo al ramo, esa extraña sensación de que no hice piano aniquilado. Con esta fauna me resigno a diario. Vídeos desnudos, antes pagado millonario. Doy los rula por WhatsApp, cualquier compi del barrio ya da el día. Ahora no los descargo, ya no pierdo energía. Nada, tan siquiera cuando Manu Sánchez salga de Rociera, programa de Quito Tía, ya no tengo grupos. Y cuando me abuelo de 5 años, si salen a la calle, ridículos tachas, con preguntas letras, yo, ¿quién fue Adolfo Suárez? Lo observo del programa, con
lo sabe. Ya no me quemo en redes sociales, perfecto. Mi padre subiendo el niño a YouTube como si fuesen éxitos. Quieren convencernos, le vale por su fondo, por su canción del millón de euros. Siente el tifón de emociones distorsionadas, prefiero el reggaetón que no me engaña, se habla de copiar textos. Y la derecha me da el rato, y no hace nada por ti, lo mando por los nuevos. Perfecto, ya el ser humano es un retraso. Se ha confundido la verdad con el aplauso, ya no me enfado, digo su pseudo poesía, que ha conquistado mi corazón. Compañía, con mucha raya blanca para tanta regla bandida, sentimos de la queja de la artista, de la puerta de su lengua y van del psicólogo. Oye, Fran, dame esta mierda. Les vamos a vacilar con clásica. Violines, vaciles, mira, escucha eso. Por ellos. Ay, deja que te explico. Soy el quinto Beatle, ese billón mito. Como Jimmy Sidel, soy el de King, placa de señor. Mucha clase y no llevo encima nada de mi botón. Esto es para mi peña, tengo gente de verdad. Como el hospital, donde trago, donde no hay. Son el campo, mira lo que es tu video se le ve, vale, entonces se va de con auriculares de tren, me subo un escenario y parte, no sé cómo es. Si que se me cortaba el mundo para ver si todo va a ser una tanto que ganas de autoridad. Lo mío no es el mío de yo que toco como el pero cambia como el clima, vuelven los 90, ropa de colores, fuera como China. Otra vez cambia el armario, los videos en el barrio apoyar la marquesina. Yo no invito a copas, yo no invito a bailes, mi equipo de fútbol siempre será los de más. Y de la vida yo no tengo nada necesidad que los venga a ver con ella para comentar final. Ando, voy mejorando, al menos cuando no te da visión, móvil jugando, que eso cumple años. Suelto de la misma cosa del da igual donde está, tío. Hip hop donde está, Leo. Da igual donde está, tío. Déjalo donde se flow me. No importa lo que venga, lo que vaciléis. No quisiera con la mierda que ya conocéis. Con la vida con un boli, es más suya, el deporte en revés. Pero yo voy, estoy matando, no soy. Suda la mi puta y la violina, manda la sala, la sala, la yéndera. Sigo haciendo lo duro, cuidando los puros seguros. Soy encima de mi plan 3, de vuelta de que yo no sigo moda de bola, me para aceite del déjate. Estoy el campeón, no lo creo, bajan a la liga como Madrid, jugando feo. Yo no invito a cobrar, yo no invito a bailar, yo vengo de nuestra pendiente. Vale, chavo de los francos, digo de la sin palabrota, no vale. Sigo trabajando, sigo. Siempre llega como chino, como chino. Da igual donde estás, tío. Hip hop donde está, Leo. Da igual donde estás, tío. Déjalo, ese flow mío. No me importa lo que venga, lo que vaciléis. No quisota con la mierda que ya conocéis. Con la vida con un gol y haciendo lo que veis. Hacer más de su vida el deporte rey. Nadie feliz para siempre. Aprovecha tu presente. Felicidad intermitente. You. ¿Qué más bonita que uno puede tener? Eres la chica más cara y más mala, vete a se ve. Chico, me viene bien de verdad, de broma, no sé. A todas horas, soy enganchado a tu placer. Mira que esa canción suena como un niño en la sed. Con el miedo y el llanto de todo por conocer. Buscando la felicidad, quizás te puedas perder. Yo solo quiero sentir, sé como la primera vez. Yo solo quiero salir de ese mundo. Dejar atrás todas las medidas negativas en un clic. Es complicado como el tiempo y la vida por decidir. El camino es duro, pero te felicidad. Enséñame el camino, a veces creo que no existe, que eres un estado de ánimo. Nadie es perfecto, tú piensas eso, si sales del corazón lo que escribes es la eso. Piensa que el odio es un lastre, apártalo de en medio. La vida sin amor es el pozo de un cementerio. Yo, eres la droga la que mata la tristeza, la que limpia las lágrimas en el alma cuando tú confesas.
Felicidad, vente para acá que yo te canto. Hay quien es feliz con 100 millones. Se nota en la cara la actitud. Cuando uno está feliz se le enciende la luz. A veces la razón no sirve, no funciona, no sucede. Hay personas que nunca se olvidan porque el corazón no quiere. La sonrisa de una madre es su felicidad. La vida mejor sin prisa, el positivismo de guisa. Trabaja cada día para ser feliz. Difícil de conseguir, ahí está la meta free. Dale amor a tus amigos y a tus enemigos, sí. No te vayas a la cama con rencor, déjalo fluir. Se portaron mal contigo, no seas negativo. El olvido y el perdón son el mayor castigo. Tu novia te dejó, si alguien te da aire, si el amor se acabó, yo lo que no quiero es engañarme. Lo que no se suelta lágrimas se va con los suspiros. Yo solo suelto un te quiero cuando el corazón me obliga. Digo, ¡pum! Felicidad intermitente, aprovecha tu presente, nadie es feliz para siempre.
Right.
Puedo sentirlo esta noche.
You need to put this one. My number. So good, ready?
Yes.
Sweet. So, put the- We'll be there in less than half an hour. Sunday. looks really nice today. Yeah. Let me know if it's okay if it gets cold. I can change it. Very busy today. Very busy today. School holiday. Everyone traveling. Are you traveling far away? Indonesia. Nice. No, I've never been. Like, I hear good things. One day. Yeah. Hopefully next year I can have a holiday. You're from Bali? Jakarta. It's nice there too, yeah. Recommend it.
Bali, yes. I don't know.
Okay. Still busy there? Yeah, can you imagine? Yeah. Humid, yeah.
Yeah, my lungs. Wait,
Is it,
my lungs. Start on my lungs.
how long it takes to get there? Yeah. 13? Ah, that's it. That's not bad. To go to my country is 30 hours.
Oh, 30 hours.
30 hours. Yeah. Spain.
Yeah, Europe.
Sometimes we stop Indonesia, but we don't get out.
This one. Yeah. From here.
But hey,
Apart from Indonesia.
70.
14.
Uh,
5.
20 years.
Oh, oh.
Almost. Not yet, but more or less. Long time. It's different. Spain is different.
What is the clue in Spain?
Barcelona. Barca. Everyone knows the football team.
Not bad.
Maybe the next holidays, yeah?
Probably not.
Yeah. It is always busy. The city when but you can drive around, you get good places around. Yeah. This is the this is the extra drop off they open
Ah,
when it's busy. But people camping here. From that side, safer if you get the luggage.
Iya, iya, Pak. Keluar dulu.
Bucks.
Camina descalzo, bien sin motivos, no busques aplausos, siéntete vivo, estoy abriendo la canal, si te chido, si la felicidad es temporal, que me pille contigo, si eres de dos de verdad, aquí estaré, no importa la distancia, que siento cerca, estoy perdiendo las esferas, pero no la fe, el arte y la creatividad no conocen fronteras, hay que comerse más la boca que no en la cabeza, hay tantos caminos largos, libera lo que te pesa, mi consejero el corazón, eres mi maestra, escuela de la vida, aprendiendo la fuerza, quiero comerte esta cara que tienes, llegante dentro, que se muera dinero, yo solo quiero congelar el tiempo, cuando sienta la pena por dentro, piensa que hay millones como tú sintiendo el mismo sentimiento, así que bienvenido al baile, la vida respirar, compadre, cierra los ojos, elige tu viaje, la vida es muy corta, va a llevarse mal con nadie, si preguntarle a ustedes y que te contamine, somos personas, no quiero sufrir más, yo paso de todo menos pasarlo mal, si tienes recuerdos te apunta su buena señal, yo siempre que estoy a tu lado me siento importante, sonrisas y lágrimas, sonrisas y lágrimas, vamos, sonrisas y lágrimas, para que por fin solo somos suyos, para que por fin solo somos suyos, quiero que cantes dentro del corazón, quiero que sientas de bello sentir cuando te piensa canción, abre los ojos y date cuenta que la vida acaba de empezar, abre los ojos y date cuenta que la vida acaba de empezar, sonrisas y lágrimas, sonrisas y lágrimas, sonrisas y lágrimas. A la vida y intentando ser feliz. Que la vida es corta y se nos va. Bien vale como la vida, y esto es elemental. Quieren la promesa de una vida sin dolor, pero si existe la felicidad, existe la depresión. A veces nos sentimos solos y amargados. Quédate con quien te diga quiero verte viejo y arrugado. Mi consejo es que no te castigues. Se acaban relaciones, pero la vida sigue. Cuando el barco se hunde hay quien busca un salvavidas y hay quien reza. Piensa quién eres, quién quieres ser, vive. Cuando todo es complicado, cuando la luz es turbia, cuando todo se ensucia, cuando nadie se moje de verdad sin importar todo lo demás, aquí me tendrás como yo esperando la lluvia. Con esas lágrimas, la vida es un sueño. Aquí estaré como Josito esperando a su dueño. Aquí estaré porque quiero ser tu testigo. La vida da muchas vueltas y yo quiero darlas contigo. Alguien que me frene los instintos, alguien que me dé los consejos que yo predico. El público hoy en día insulta por amor al arte. ¿Dónde estaba cuando yo empezaba a rapear en el parque? No, elige tu vida, que tu futuro está en tu mano. Decide tu desenlace, mi misión es llevarte a la luna. Las aventuras que alejando tumbas, aquí estaré esperando de la luna. Sonrisas y lágrimas, sonrisas y lágrimas, sonrisas y lágrimas.
Hack into your VPN so they can see traffic. And we know that, for instance, the NSA has long been hacking VPNs. We know that Edward Snowden revealed 10 years ago or 12 years ago now that the NSA has long been able to hack into Cisco VPNs, and that exploit was behind Edward Snowden. And it's basically an attack against SMP, Simple Network Management Protocol. The North Koreans have been coming into the West, right, and posing as IT workers, right, and then basically stealing information. And so you have to be aware of the threat of somebody on the inside, and that's like the worst case threat. Is that you hire a North Korean who comes to work for your company and then hacks your system, opens up back doors in your system. You can see now that I'm logged into the FortiGate through SSH. Now I have admin privileges on this VPN, right? That I can do anything with it now. I mean, I'm admin.
Hey everyone, it's David Bumble back with the amazing OTW. OTW, great to have you back on the show.
David, it's always an honor and a pleasure to be on the best YouTube channel for IT and cybersecurity, and I sincerely mean that.
Appreciate it, man, and thanks so much for coming on the channel and sharing your knowledge. I always like to say this, there's a lot of people who hoard knowledge and don't make it available, especially for people who are new, but I really want to thank you for sharing your expertise on YouTube for free, sharing all of these tips and tricks with people who are watching the channel. But for those of you who don't know, the author of this book, Linux Basics for Hackers, he also wrote this book, Network Basics for Hackers, one of my favorites because I like networking and then getting started becoming a master hacker. I want to thank Zalipi for sponsoring this video and supporting my channel, but also protecting both me and my family. Data brokers are collecting huge amounts of data about us, including our location data, and selling that to all kinds of people, foreign governments, advertisers, and even hackers. Companies are able to buy very targeted information from data brokers. If you want to protect yourself and protect your family, you want to reclaim your privacy and make yourself more secure, then get your data removed from data broker websites. You can do that manually, lots of work, more power to you if you decide to do it that way. I personally use Delete Me because they make the process very, very simple. You input some personal information. I mean, you have to for them to be able to get that information removed. Once they have some information about you, like your name, your address, telephone numbers, etc., they contact many data broker websites and get that information removed. I highly recommend Delete Me. They have removed a lot of my data from the internet. You get reports every quarter showing what they found and what they've removed. You can join them using my link below, joindeleteme.com/Bomble and get 20% off. Again, use the code BOMBLE to get 20% off. Reclaim your privacy and improve your cybersecurity posture by removing both your data as well as the data of your family members from the internet. Again, joindeleteme.com/Bomble to get 20% off. We are talking today, right, about a second video about the VPN video we did previously. So I'll link that below if anyone is interested. We had a lot of interesting comments and pushback on that video and a lot of misunderstanding, I think. But I know VPNs are one of those topics that make you really angry, if you like, because people are paying good money to buy devices that are supposed to protect them. And as you said in that video, and hopefully you're going to demonstrate today, these devices are not doing perhaps what they should be doing.
Yeah, it does trigger me. It triggers me because these are cybersecurity companies. These are companies who are in the business of protecting people's data and identities. You know, the Ciscos, the Fortinets, the Palo Alto. These are companies that pride themselves on knowing the best technologies, the best techniques, the best procedures and protocols to keep you safe, and yet they are not implementing them into their devices to keep you safe. And that's what bothers me. If it was any other developer kinds of problems that we see in these devices might be forgivable, but it's certainly not forgivable. And it really triggers me when I see these companies who sell cybersecurity and they are not implementing basic cybersecurity practices into their own devices, and they are exposing all of your viewers and all of the enterprises around the world to being hacked. So, and hacked, one of the things we have VPNs for is to keep our data confidential, to keep our identities confidential. And yet some of the developers, they are so lax in their cybersecurity measures that it's pretty easy to hack into these devices. Now, be careful about what I'm saying here. What I'm saying is hack into the device, right? I'm not talking about hacking the tunnel. Okay? There's a tunnel between the client and the device, and that tunnel is encrypted. And unless that encryption algorithm is flawed, which generally they're not, the encryption algorithms that we use are tried and true. And so as long as that encryption algorithm is not flawed, then the tunnel is basically unhackable. And I think that's where some of the confusion lies with the comments that we were getting, is that people are saying, well, there's no way that you could go ahead and break the password that's being sent over the tunnel without spending, days, weeks, years, decades, centuries to hack the password. No, I don't have to hack the password. I don't have to crack the password because in some cases, the password is sitting in plain text on the device, right? And today I will show you a way to bypass authentication on, in this case, a Fortinet device. I have a Fortinet device here set up, and we can bypass authentication and log in as admin on this device. So that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about trying to hack the tunnel. Let's be clear on that. You're not going to hack the tunnel between the client and the system, but you don't have to. You can just get into the device, and then the device is going to decrypt the traffic, right? So it's encrypted at the client, it's decrypted at the device, and once it's decrypted, then it can see all the traffic. Yeah, and in most cases, these devices have TCP dump on them, so you can analyze the traffic by using TCP dump and select the traffic you want to see. So those of you who aren't familiar, TCP dump is a command line packet filtering system like Wireshark, but it's basically it's command line. So if you ever wondered why you should learn TCP dump, this is one of the reasons you should learn TCP dump. It's because once you're inside, say, a VPN, whatever the device happens to be, oftentimes you can just run TCP dump and then analyze the traffic from there. one other important point I want to make here is that most of these devices, not all of them, but most of these devices are running some version of Linux. Okay, they're running, whatever they're calling their OS, it's basically a Linux kernel, okay, with enhancements from that particular development, which speaks volumes of why everybody needs to know Linux. If you're going to be in cybersecurity and you don't know Linux, you're not going to go very far. You can sit at a help desk someplace, and without knowing Linux. But if you really want to do any of the technical work, you really need to know Linux. And the more you know, the farther you're going to go. So it's not only these VPN devices, but it's the IoT devices, right? I mean, all these IoT devices are running Linux, right? And so that's why I wrote the book. Is that if you're going to run in cybersecurity, you need to know Linux. That's the first place you start. All right.
Sorry to interrupt you, HW. I also wanted to make it clear because there's a lot of misunderstanding in that video. You were specifically talking, and today we're specifically talking about enterprise type VPNs. So like Fortinet devices, right? We're not talking about the Proton VPNs of the world or, pick your favorite poison, but like the VPNs that are consumer based, because a lot of people seem to have misunderstood that as well.
Yes, a lot of people misunderstood it. And in actuality, I was at different times speaking about the two different types. So, I was speaking, so there was some conflict of the two types. So let's be clear. What I was saying about the consumer level is that a lot of people use the consumer level VPNs to hide their identity. But what it does is it hides your IP. It doesn't necessarily hide your identity. So that's the point I wanted to make there. But a more important is these enterprise level VPNs that every company in the world uses, right, to be able to allow their employees remote access and create a tunnel between remote access client and the corporate network. That those devices that do that are flawed, and there are innumerable vulnerabilities that we've been tracking at Hackers Rise, and we have a web page that we just track all of the VPN router vulnerabilities for the public, and you can see that at our website. If your VPN is not keeping you safe and you don't know it, then your whole organization is at risk. And this is VPNs and routers have long been the target of the state actors, the Chinese, the Americans, the British, the Russians, the nation state actors are always targeting these devices because it's a way for them to be able to know your secrets. So you're communicating confidential information, which they want to know, and they will do what's necessary to be able to hack into your VPN so they can see traffic. And we know that, for instance, the NSA has long been hacking VPNs. We know that Edward Snowden revealed 10 years ago or 12 years ago now that the NSA has long been able to hack into Cisco VPNs, and that exploit was revealed by Edward Snowden. And it's basically an attack against SNMP, Simple Network Management Protocol. Right, that's what it was. And SNMP is still a favorite vector to getting into these devices. It's still one of the favorite vectors of getting inside. But what we're going to do today is it's maybe more malicious simply because it's a way of bypassing authentication on these devices. So it's a way to get inside the device, right, and with admin privileges without really going to much work at all. It's pretty simple on some of these devices. And that's one of the biggest problems that we've seen is that authentication is a problem on this device. They're not well secured. And all of these devices have a web server portal where the admin can log in and configure the device, right? And they very often have SSH enabled, right? So you can log in, get a command line, And so in this case here, what we're going to talk about and demonstrate today is a way to be able to get inside of a Fortinet VPN by simply bypassing authentication and getting SSH admin access. This is about a 3-year-old exploit, but there's still a lot of systems that are vulnerable to it. So these devices don't always get updated.
And I think it's also important for YouTube, right? I know this has happened on so many of the videos that we've done, like the previous video we did on camera hacking. I had to do a demo locally. And then a lot of the comments were like, oh, it's dumb, you're showing it locally. But it's because we can't show the stuff on YouTube that you can actually do. So just for all the haters out there, OTW can do a lot of stuff that I wish we could show, but we can't, just because I want to keep my channel. So you have to go to his website and look at what he's doing and register for his courses if you want to see some of the stuff that we can't show.
And today is going to be on local network as well. I realize that YouTube, we have to abide by their rules. So I put a Fortinet VPN on my local network. And
so I just have to ask you, have you given yourself permission to hack your own Fortinet?
I have, of course. Yes, I've given myself permission. So it's all legal. It's all legal because I gave myself permission. No legal issues here today.
Right. So I don't want to stop you with the demo. Go for it whenever you're ready.
So what I want to do first is to do a quick scan of my network to find the device. Right? And to do a quick nNAV scan. All right. So basically all I'm doing here is I'm just doing an ST scan. So that's scan TCP ports, and it's probably the most reliable scan. Some people complain that it's not stealthy, but the truth of the matter is that every packet you send has your IP address attached. Right? The only difference, many of the books out there, not mine, but many of the books out there tell you to do an SS scan, but it's not stealthy, folks. All it does is it doesn't log, its server doesn't log your IPs, but any device out there, the firewall, the IDS is still going to see your IPs. So let's go ahead and do our enough of that. Let's go ahead and do our quick scan. Is fine where our router VPN is at.
On the camera one, I did this for the local camera. Again, those wonderful comments about this is dumb because she's scanning your local network. How would you find these devices on the internet? Is it Shodan? You just scan the internet? How would you find the actual devices out there?
For IP cameras, Shodan's probably the best if they are exposed to the internet. But in some cases, you might want to. So say that, let's say that you're working as a penetration tester for a company. They've hired you to come in and test your security. Some of their cameras are not going to be exposed to the internet, right? But you still want to find them and be able to test them because there's always a possibility of the internal threat. There's always a possibility. You have to keep, one of the things that, maybe this is something we should do a short on here, is that the North Koreans have been coming into the West, right, and posing as IT workers, right, and then basically stealing information. And so you have to be aware of the threat of somebody on the inside. And that's like the worst case threat, is that you hire a North Korean who comes to work for your company and then hacks your system, opens up back doors in your system. And so, but sometimes you just have employees who aren't happy with their job, they're not happy with their life, they're not happy with the company, and they want to do damage. And you have to be, part of your job is to make sure they can't do damage to the company. If you're going to be a pen tester, that's part of your job, is to make sure that the internal threat, you're protected as much against the internal threat as the external threat. So if you're looking for IP cameras that are connected to the internet, I like Shodan for doing that. There's also other services that will help you as well. But Shodan's good at finding cameras. And of course, then once you find the camera, then you have to find a way to get inside. But what we were doing and you were doing in our last IP camera video is important. Part of the whole process is to be able to find the cameras that are internal, because those can be hacked by actors who are inside the company. Or think about the simple user who gets hacked. And so the attacker is now inside the network at a user level. What can they see? What can they find? And that's what we want to be able to do. So I know that everybody out there in YouTube land wants to be a hacker and be able to hack all things on the internet. But I think that what we're trying to do here is both show what one can do, say, as a cyber warrior, somebody who's been employed by the nation state to protect and defend their country, as well as you can do as a penetrating tester. So we want to look at both of the elements, right? Both of those professions. Now, you have to test the internal network. You have to test like from the inside. Here, we're testing what looks like the inside, and quite frankly, it's taking forever. Yeah,
So the same for finding Fortinet devices or VPN devices, right? You're going to just scan on the internet, or you're going to do Showdown? How are you going to find those?
What we're doing is that we're using Census and Showdown to find them. Yeah, there's lots of great recon dorks that you can do to find them. So that's one of the things that we'll be doing in our upcoming class. But in this case here, what we want to focus on is when you find it, what can be done? You want to wait for the entire scan, or you just want me to scan the IP address?
Yeah, we know how this works, so maybe you can just hit that specific IP address.
Okay, I'll just hit that.
We don't want to wait.
Yeah, yes, let's just go ahead and do that. All right, so the IP address I know from having done a previous scan, okay, is at 99. Let's go ahead and scan it and see what it looks like from in that perspective. There it is. And you can see there's SSH open on it, there's 113 open on it, and 443 open on it. You can see it identifies it as Fortinet right here. We could do a scan of services that would give us even more information, but we know that Fortinet device, right? And we know that SSH is open. That's not unusual. And so let's go and test to see if we can log in to the SSH, right? I'm going to clear my screen so you can't see what I did previously. and I'm going to try to log in as admin on this device in the SSH. And I'm going to put in my password and permission denied. I'll try it again. Permission denied. Okay, permission denied.
You're just putting some random password in.
Well, I'm putting in my password. Okay.
I mean, like your user.
Yeah, I'm using my password.
Morning.
I can use.
Going to Mascot.
Try to guess.
Sorry?
Going to Mascot.
Password here. And see what happens. Let me try, for instance, I can go ahead and just say connection.
Yep.
When you say you're using your user account, you've got like an OTW user, right?
We'll be in 20 minutes.
Or something to the admin account. Is that right?
Well, I have multiple users on the system.
Thank you.
Okay, I can admin, OTW. So what I'm trying to do here is to log in as admin, okay, on the Fortinet. So that's a separate account. Now,
Versus a VPN account.
so what I'm trying to do is to get inside the SSH so that I can control the VPN. I can try to guess what the that's the first thing I would try is admin, right? And see whether or not I can get it up. And what happened every time I tried, I couldn't get it using admin, guessing the admin's account, his password account.
Let me know if it's called or I can change it.
Right? I can go ahead and try some different things. Yes, I can do some social engineering to try to get the password. But thanks to the good people at Fortinet, there's actually a way to bypass the authentication systems. And it's an authentication bypass was an alternate path or channel in the Fortinet Fort iOS version 7.2 through 7.21, 7.0 through 7.0, the Forti proxy version 7.2. You can read all of those there, right? So it allows an unauthenticated attacker to perform operations on the admin interface via specially crafted HTTP or HTTPS requests. Okay? And basically what it does is it allows us to go ahead and put our own SSH keys into the device, right? So that we can log in. Okay, so that's it. Let me show you. See, I think there's actually a version of this exploit now. So here it is. Here's the subject Verizon is about to get this. There it is right there. And so go ahead and I'll go ahead and get called at it. Okay, so I gave you the URL to go ahead and download the password. Right? Now what we're going to do is we're going to use that, okay, to be able to put our own SSH keys into the system. So you yes. And let's see. Let me check. Let me get the right one. Yeah, there it is right there. Okay. So I'll expand it so you can see. Okay. So here it is. It's basically sudo Python 3, the exploit. Okay. You can see that it's a Python script. And here I'm going to put a plug-in for my upcoming book on Python Basics for Hackers.
Yeah, when's that coming? Come on.
This fall. It's coming out this fall. Right. We have a tentative date of September. But the important point here really is that if, once again, if you're going to be successful in cybersecurity, you need to know some Python. Almost all of these exploits are written in Python. Not all of them, but most of them are. So to be able to be proficient, you need to know some Python. So that book is going to walk you through knowing nothing about programming in Python into writing some useful cybersecurity. Okay. So it's in Python, the target extension. It's got TFS, expand this. Okay. The username we're looking for is admin, and then we need to identify where our SSH key is at. And in my case here, it's at this is a hidden directory. Right. So my home directory, SSH ID D25519 public. And basically what this does is when I run it, it's going to put in my key into that VPN, and then I should be able to log in. SH key for admin added successfully. All right. So now let's go ahead and see whether or not I can log in. Now I'm using my credentials, right? Because I've added my credentials to the VPN, but I've given the username at my credentials from my SSH key. So let's try again. The first time I must have put my password wrong. You can see now that I've logged in for SSH. Now I have added the credentials on this VPN, right? That I can get with the app. And I'm able. So I can basically upload I can shut the system down. I can reach the devices. So I have almost unlimited things that I can do. I can do something as simple as putting that canvas connected from another machine, right? And being able to control this entire thing. So this is a demonstration of how easy it is to bypass authentication on some of these devices. Probably the worst one that I have seen is one you and I talked about with the Viasat Russians part of the trade war. What they did is a 4-year-old exploit. So this one here is 3 years. It was a 4-year-old exploit, and they found a system in Italy that was using a Fortinet VPN. In that case, the username and password were stored on the device into text. They simply had to use direct traversal to find the proper record where it was stored in clear text. So what I'm saying is that these devices are not doing the really basic types of security measures that you would expect. And a direct traversal is like web app hacking 101. Yet it worked in cyber warfare in 2022, right? And the Russians were then able to shut off the entire Viasat internet service to Ukraine and other parts of Europe in February of 2022. They timed it so that as the invasion was taking place, they shut off the internet, which is, that's a tactic that most cyber war strategies would use. One thing you want to do if you're about to invade another country is you want to cut off all of their communication. And so there's often a DDoS attack will take place. Russians have done this many times. And then shut off the internet access. So throws confusion and the lack of proper information into the target. And so this is what the Russians did. And we returned the favor and DDoSed Russia in 2022 with the largest DDoS attack they have ever seen. That's their they said it's the largest DDoS attack they've ever seen. So
I know these comments, right? You were logging in as admin, but the password you were using was like the Kali password. It wasn't the admin password. Is that correct?
It was the password for my admin account, okay, on the account, right? So what I did is I injected my admin hash into the Fortinet device, through port 443.
So basically, even though you don't know the password of the Fortinet admin account, you are basically admin because the hash was changed.
It was my hash. Yeah. So I know what the password is. I know my own password is. So I basically I didn't inject the hash of the password, and then I can go ahead and log in. So the other thing that's important about this is that the real admin on the account no longer can get in. Their password has changed to my password.
I know comments will be is like, okay, so this is an old hack, so it's not really relevant. I mean, we've already said one of the reasons we're showing old stuff is because it's patched, and we have to be careful on YouTube. But you also mentioned the wise segment, right? So even though they are old hacks, it doesn't mean they're patched. So that's another thing. And also, Fortinet has a lot of new CVEs, right?
Yes, here on the screen I've put up the list of CVEs for Fortinet, and you can see that here we have, this one's just a few weeks ago, right? The stack-based overflow vulnerability. This max is 9.8. That's about as serious as you can get, right? And then here's another. We talked about reducing the path traversal that Russians use in Ukraine. This is another path traversal. Once again, that's random path 101, right? And a security company, cybersecurity company, has a web server that allows you to do directory traversal. That should be guilty of negligence or malpractice. It's probably the better way to put it. That they have a web server that you can do path traversal on. Here's another one. These are both known exploited. These are 2025. These are weeks and months ago, right? So I mean, we could pick on other people besides Fortinet, but Fortinet probably is the worst. So I know I'm gonna get hate mail from Fortinet, but that's okay. I mean,
some of the comments were like, it's not fair to pick on Fortinet because it happens to other vendors as well. But what I'm seeing from you and lots of other people who, even support firewalls and the like Tom Lawrence, he's always posting these memes about Fortinet. It seems to be happening so often with Fortinet.
Fortinet is guilty of cybersecurity malpractice.
In your opinion,
in my opinion, and it's the only opinion I can give is my own. Right? So yes, I love it. In my opinion, well, I don't want you to give somebody else's opinion. I only want more of it. But you can see all these 9 coordinates in here. There's some others that are just low 2.3, but they're just so many in these devices. And I just demonstrated, how easy. No, it's not. If you have the exploit, it's easy. But developing the exploit is a lot of work. And that's one of the things I always want to emphasize these videos is that to be able to, it's one thing to be able to use somebody else's tools, right? That's what we did in STEM. We used a tool that Horizon had developed and others have developed. But to develop a tool, right? That's a whole other thing. That's something that takes a lot of time, a lot of energy. So you might say, well, that's an old exploit. Well, develop your own. And that means a lot of work. You're not going to see it as a TikTok video. Develop your own, and that's part of what we try to do. Try to give the background that you can develop your own. And part of that starts with understanding how the device works. And then the second most important part is you're going to need to know some Python usually. Right? And so those are starting foundations to be able to develop your own instrument. Otherwise, you're always going to be left but somebody else's exploit that is known and therefore is patched. But the truth of the matter is that not everybody patching can find these devices. Once again, back to the Russians had a exploit against and it worked. Right? This is let's be exploit against that firewall device. It's not going to work against all of them. It's some, and also has to meet certain criteria. So, so that it's some of the devices. But I think it's fair to pick on Fortnite. We can just see all of these. But we have some similar flaws, but not as many with other vendors as well. Right? But Fortnite.
So we also had a little bit of pushback because you said of the thumbnail, that people didn't like the thumbnail about not using a VPN. What's your advice then? No, don't use a VPN because a lot of people say, what are you doing in enterprise? Right? Because a lot of people have remote workers. How do they get access to this stuff? I know we spoke about later approach. I mean, but do you have any general advice that you can give people based on this?
Let's separate the two types of VPNs. The consumer level VPNs like more, but just all I wanted to do in that case is say, look, be careful because it's not going to be anything. That's what I want to say. So don't use Fortnite. I would say that and say that it draws attention to these things. Sometimes they get overlooked, and in this case, you have a Fortnite device. You might want to think about replacing it, but if you do, you can't replace it. Make sure it's patched, and that's all we can do with any device. So yes, just know. I think mostly the message that I want to leave to enterprise level cybersecurity programs is that don't assume that the PGF is keeping you safe. Don't assume that. Watch it closely, examine it closely, okay? Watch the CVEs and the various patches that come out from these ways and make sure it's patched. I have lost face in Fortnite, but hopefully they bounce back. I put out a whole device that is benefits. But so yeah, but probably the final thing I want to leave enterprise level folks with is simply vigilant. Be vigilant. Don't assume that these devices are going to keep you safe.
Great advice. OTW advice, thanks so much. So if everyone is watching, give us comments, good comments about the stuff you want me to ask OTW, what you want to see. I know a lot of you are asking for OTW to come back often, so hopefully we can do that. Please put in the comments the kind of stuff you want to see. What are your questions? OTW, thanks.
Thank you, David. See you again soon.
There are countless window managers on X11, and this should be expected. It's been around for a very long time, it's been popular for a very long time, and it hasn't had any substantial changes for a really long time. Move over to Wayland though, and this seriously cuts back on the amount of options that you have. Add in the fact that each of the window managers now also has to be a compositor, so more work has to be done to get a working window manager, and the fact that Wayland is still in a constant state of flux. So if you're using something that is not being actively developed, there's going to be major features that you just don't have. Whereas if you take a window manager from 1997, it's basically going to be the same as a window manager made today. Yes, the bindings might be weird. Yes, there might be some weird design choices, but functionality-wise, all the core X11 stuff is basically just going to work. So my suggestion is if you're not on Wayland but you're interested, you should be looking for an environment that is still actively being developed. What if you're not into a desktop environment like KDE, like GNOME, like Cosmic? What Wayland window manager should you be looking at? What options out there exist and which ones are actually good? The list isn't very long, but there is a list. Now, just because I don't mention something in this video doesn't mean that option is bad. If you use it, if you like it, awesome, keep doing what you do. But I want to talk about things which are still being actively developed to an extent that I feel like as new Wayland features are introduced, they are going to get them at some level of reasonable pace and not 3 years after the fact. Now, just as is the case on the X11 side, most people looking for a window manager are looking for a tiling window manager. There aren't many floating options which do exist, but there is a couple which are quite notable. The first one I want to mention is LabWC. This is built off the WO project inspired by OpenWorks over the X11 side. It's intended to be a very simple, very lightweight environment. This is not trying to be the fancy Ricer environment with animations and fancy design features like gradient borders, things like that. There's no fancy IPC system to control it, nothing like that. This is basically trying to be, I guess, a bone stock WO root floating environment. For me, I don't want anything to do with it. For me, I want a lot of customization. I want a nice IPC system. I want a lot of additional things to make my environment customize the way I want it to be. But if you're the kind of person who likes OpenBox, you're the kind of person who likes a simple, light environment, and you don't care about a bunch of bells and whistles, honestly, this is a really solid option. If you're curious about what is in and out of scope for LabWC, check out LabWC scope. This goes over everything going on in the project. IPC, as I mentioned, is a great example. They would much rather prefer working with upstream, trying to iron out issues with WO roots, with the Wayland protocols, rather than having some custom solution specifically for LabWC. An IPC system is useful, but they feel like it creates some level of fragmentation that hinders general Wayland adoption. I don't necessarily agree, but I do understand this idea of wanting to be basically as clean of an implementation as is possible. Now, I want to talk about Wayfire because Wayfire is a very interesting option. If you look at the website, it would seem like the project is entirely dead, hasn't had an update in a year. I don't know why they wait so long between releases because if you look at the master branch, it tells a whole different story. The project is still very, very actively being developed. So this is the kind of project where if you're willing to run the master branch, if you're willing to run it directly from Git, I do think it's still worth discussing. Wayfire is also built off WO roots and traditionally is the choice for the Wayland Bison. Things have changed since then, but traditionally this is what people recommend. It is very much inspired by Compass. As we see over on the website here, you get things like the cube, you get fancy animation, burning windows, wobbly windows, all of this stuff where if you were a Compass enjoyer back in, the early 2000s, you're going to feel right at home in what this offers you. It is another floating environment, but it's a floating environment for people who are a bit more exploratory than what you're going to get over on LabWC. Now, a lot of what is being integrated into some of the more fancier environments, appealing than it used to be at earlier points in Wayland, but it's still very actively being developed, and I still think it is totally fine to recommend if you want to be using the Git version. Now, let's talk a classic suggestion along with its soft fork, Sway and Sway FX. So Sway is based on WO roots, and by extension, Sway FX is as well. And it's not just based on WO roots. This is the WO roots composite. This is made by the same person who maintained WO roots. It's kind of all that like implementation does a lot of things, a lot more than something like TinyWL, but this is a real-world usable compositor that a lot of people use, a lot of people recommend, and it was my first experience making use of Wayland. It is the dictionary definition of a standard manual tiler. Sway is very, very inspired by so inspired, in fact, that you can make use of the i3 IPC, you can make use of i3 plugins. Basically, everything you do on i3, except the things that are X-level specific, are going to work on Sway as well. From the perspective of a window manager or a tiler, it is absolutely nothing special, but it is a very familiar, a very comfortable environment. If you've used i3, if you like i3, Sway is the most logical choice to go to if you want to move over to Wayland. It's not going to be fancy, it's not going to be incredible, but it's going to feel very, very familiar. Now, Sway FX takes that really solid Sway base and then adds in some fancier ricer features, things like window blur and shadows and dimming unfocused windows and other little nice things which, if you want to have a more graphically appealing environment, is going to appeal to you a lot more. It's still a really solid environment, but it's a solid environment where you can make it look a little bit more custom. Honestly, both of these are really good options. And SwayFX is a really soft fork. It is literally rebasing on Sway code every so often and updating to newer versions of Sway. It's really not trying to diverge from that project. So if you are using Sway and you want a bit more from it, SwayFX is a really good choice to go with. Now, of course, we have to talk about it. Hyperland. Hyperland is what has given real life to the tiling space on Wayland, because this isn't a manual tiler. Manual tilers are, they're fine, but they're a bit awkward. And personally, I'm not a fan, and I know people do like them. If you do, go use Sway. But a lot of people like a more automatic system of tiling, and Hyperland is that. And it is not just that. It is a really, really ricer-heavy environment. It was based on WL roots. Now it forked off into its own library known as Aquamarine, and it has a lot of visual flair. It has a lot of animations. It has a lot of just random things which a lot of environments just don't have, like gradient borders, double borders, if those are things that you want to see. Personally, I don't care about either of them, but a lot of people do, and there's just a lot of little things that you can tweak. And if you really want a ricer-heavy environment, Hyperland is the place to go. And you can ignore all of that. You can disable all of the fancy features, all of the animations, and have it be a very simple environment. But also, you can go all the way and make something really fancy. And we can't forget there are a lot of tools being developed for the Hyperland ecosystem. Hyper Sunset, Hyper Lock, Hyper Paper, Hyper Idle, Hyper Picker, and a bunch of others. It's really becoming this sort of hybrid between a desktop environment and a window manager. You can still use it as a window manager, and all of these tools are entirely optional. But if you want to integrate all of the Hyperland ecosystem into the environment, that's there for you to use as well. There is a very active community. There is a very active maintainer. There are a lot of plugins being made. A lot of those plugins are actually made by the main maintainer. I have no idea how he finds all this time to work on the entire suite and the plugins and the main environment. Somehow it happens. And frankly, this is the option I usually recommend to people if they are looking for a tiler on Wayland. I do think Sway is still good, don't get me wrong, but when people are looking for a tiler, they're usually looking for something more in line with Hyperland. And with development being so active, expect to see bugs and features addressed really quickly with new releases very often. Early on in the project, things were a bit finicky with versions being completely busted, a lot of changes being made, formats being changed, packages getting broken because of it. But a lot of those fundamental changes have slowed down now, and it's now more focused on actually improving the environment. Something I absolutely need to mention is the only standalone compositor worth using that has both a Wayland and an X11 side. Not something like i3 and Sway, where it's a whole different implementation, but the same project having both of them. That being the Qtile project. Now, their Wayland support is still very much a work in progress, and a lot of people using it will tell you it's a little bit buggy, it's not in a great state yet, maybe avoid it for now, maybe wait till it's a bit better. But what I can say is it is actively being worked on, and they clearly want to have a working Wayland side. And the reason why this is cool is you will have the ability to take one config back and forth between two different versions of the same project. This is something you can do on GNOME and KDE, and not really a thing outside of that, because most of the window managers are on X11. Most of the window manager compositors are on Wayland. And there's not really a very actively developed other project outside of the DEs which has both available. Now, like most everything else on this list, it is a WRoots compositor, and its matchstick is its Python configuration system, which is less of a configuration system and more of a scripting interface, because you can go and write functions. You can do all of the normal stuff that you can do with Python. So if you're the kind of person who likes to really customize the functionality of your environment, Qtile, once they get their Wayland version out of the experimental state and are ready to call it stable, that's going to be a really cool option. Now, the reason why everything so far has been WRoots is traditionally that was the best option to go with if you're building a window manager on Wayland. That is slowly starting to change as new, maybe not necessarily new, but other libraries are seeing a lot of active development. First, I like to highlight Miracle WM. This is based on MIA. Now, you might have some preconceived notions about what MIA is, and yes, why did I go over there? Yes, it is that same MIA developed by Canonical. However, MIA is not its own separate thing anymore, and for a long time, it has been a Wayland library. Miracle WM is very much inspired by Sway. It is a tiling window manager, and it's so inspired by Sway, in fact, that they actually want to make use, say on this page, it says on another page, they want to make use of the i3 IPC. So they want to have it so that you can make use of i3 and Sway plugins within this environment as well. Unlike Sway, however, it's not supposed to be this boring WRoots environment. In this way, it's more inspired by Sway effects, where there's a bunch of nice graphical features that tiling users kind of expect to be there, like window blur and things like that. I don't know if it's going to go as far as something like Hyperland, but it is trying to be a lot more than just Sway. This is still very early on. There's a lot of things missing from the MIA library, a lot of things missing from any MIA-based environments. But in the long run, I do think this is going to be a really cool option. And if you're willing to watch something grow, I think this is honestly a great thing to go with. It's still very actively being developed. It's still a really cool project. And honestly, I think you should check it out. And I wanted to save the best until last. You know it is the best because it is what I'm daily driving, and therefore that makes it the best option. The scrollable tiling Wayland compositor. This is based on the Smithy library, the same Smithy library used by the Cosmic Desktop environment. There are not really that many window managers based off of Smithy. This is a very developing environment, and even so, there is a really, really good option. This is based on the paper WM model, where rather than having windows just tiled like a non-tiler, you have this infinite horizontal space. It's a very different model, and I get that a lot of people may not be fully convinced into it, and may think it's a bit weird and don't really get it. I've been using it for a while now. I personally really like the model, and I think you should try it out and see if you vibe with it. If you don't, hey, that's totally fine. Use one of the other options, but at least try it out and see what you think. Now, it does have some very interesting choices, like the fact that it doesn't have native X-Wayland support, instead is using something known as X-Wayland Satellite. It's basically a way to do third-party integration of X-Wayland into the environment without having to fully commit to designing everything around X-Wayland being a thing. Also, it makes use of the GNOME portal backend rather than having their own custom one. Now, I don't have an issue with the GNOME portal. It works totally fine. I don't like the limited weight of library, but functionality-wise, it does everything I need. It has the option of capturing individual windows. It works. I haven't had a crash before, and that's basically all I could ask for. Now, as I said earlier, just because I didn't mention your specific environment in this video doesn't mean it is bad. I know someone's going to say, hey, what about DWL? DWL is a good option, but at the same time, I do feel like it's moving a bit too slow for me to want to recommend to somebody. If you like it, hey, that's awesome. But these recommendations I would personally give me. So, let me know your thoughts. Are you an X11 user who wants to try out a Wayland window manager? Are you a Wayland user and you want to try out a Wayland window manager? I would love to know. Maybe you're the kind of person who doesn't even care and you're happy on a desktop environment. Let me know your thoughts down below. So if you like the video, go like the video. If you really like the video and you want to become one of
Crazy people. Morning. How are you? Are you? Well, thank you. 49. Okay. Less than 5 minutes. Let me know if it's cold. Hold on, I can change it. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful Sunday. See you next time. That's cool. I'm crazy. Yes. THIC. You can't see the whole thing. Here is the darkness. The bird. Yeah, man. Oh, you do know. Fear is the only darkness.
You think I cannot see? What do you
Yeah, man.
You think I cannot see? What do you
Yeah, man. Just The potential.